So high I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.
Hell, Happy New Year, everyone. I'm not sure who's running the board here. Boy, that was, my apologies, folks. Boy, give that guy a break for a little bit, and look what happens. Comes back with dark screens, screens over screens. Man, I tell you, that guy flying with Mike has so much trouble technically wise. Anyway, folks, Happy New Year. Welcome into Flying with Mike. First stream of the year, folks. We are going to try kind of see how the body holds up here. Didn't have a great night last night, sleeping wise, so we're going to shoot for the 2 for today, but we may end up short. So we'll just kind of play it by ear and see what we can bring on for you here. Today's flight, as you saw, Burbank over to Las Vegas. That's leg 1 today. Leg 2, I'm kind of flipping a coin on. So we'll kind of see how the flight unveils and go from there. So without further ado, like I said, Burbank to Las Vegas, folks. Literally blink and miss. No, okay, a couple blinks and miss. In your eyes. It's that short of a flight. Sim Toolkit put us in, I didn't fill that number in. I just realized that. At 44 minutes, flight level 310. We'll get into that here just a second. But again, just want to welcome you in. Hope you all had a very Merry Christmas. Head over to our YouTube channel, folks. The reason I say that is twofold. One, while you all slept here on Twitch, I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? I posted a couple of videos over at YouTube, strictly on YouTube. Yeah, I know, that's why you guys didn't wake up, I know. But anyway, they're over there, just waiting for you all to watch them. And today, because it came in on my phone and I liked it, it looked pretty good, I went, you know what? Short. And that's our dog, folks. So enjoy the short over there. Again, links in the chat room. Check it out. over at our YouTube channel. So without further ado, folks, let's get up into the business end of the aircraft here and get this thing going, give you an idea what we're going to be flying today. Okay, today we're flying not for Spirit Virtual. I could hear a couple, oh, he crossed over. No, I didn't. I'm still, this is going to be through Millennium Aviation. We are, though, flying an aircraft that does say Spirit. And I kind of like the liveries. Like, look right here. Sharklet. I'm not sure what SETWA means. Y'all can fill me in the chat room. I haven't investigated this yet. Something I've never seen before. So, but we're in November 910 November Kilo. So to do a proper pre-flight, let's bring in Sim Toolkit. And if you do miss anything, like if you're really into these pre-briefs, hey, head over to the YouTube channel. Shouldn't have any commercials. All right, hang on, folks. Working on it, working on it. It's been a little bit since I had to do all of these screens. There we go. All right, so today's flight, Burbank over to Las Vegas. Vegas, baby, is where we're headed. We are planning out of here the SLAP 2 departure to MISEN, then from MISEN, the Reindeers 2 into Vegas. Not really sure what runway we're going to come in on. We're going to check D-ATIS. We're going to check it all. But we're going to try to have at least some fun on this 41-minute flight, and hopefully pretty quick as well. So real quick here, load out. Up there in the terminal, they are getting ready to release 156 peoples out to the plane. 7,000 pounds of cargo. We'll see if that's what we actually uplift or not when we get to that point. Again, you can see the ATC routing, and dispatch has given us 35 for the cost index and a flight level of 310. So all in all, not too bad. Like I said, folks, for 41 minutes, that's all it takes. Weather, well, calm, 10 miles visibility, clear, 7 degrees Celsius, 4 degrees on that dew point, and yet somehow we're getting rain. Explain that one to me, Laminar. I don't get it. And then we're going to probably get rain in the desert too. Just kidding. Also calm winds, 10-mile visibility, and a few clouds here and there from 6 to 11. So all the way up to 22. Again, not much different there. 8 degrees in the high desert. So the ATIS, let's see, what runways would we get to choose from at this moment? The 1s and the 2.6s. So, some thought process going in here. The 1s sound intriguing, considering by the time, well, either way, by the time we roll out, we're pretty close to the A concourse. We'll have to kind of play this by ear as we go through. Just looking for anything else. You all have read it, so I'm going to move on. We are not going to fly on VATSIM. It's just usually way too busy in this sector, and I can't hear. And the one thing I don't like is them saying they're busy, you'll have to wait. I have aircraft in the air. That's when I disconnect. So just so you know, that's why we're not on VATSIM. I've actually had them say that. So, all right. So there you've seen the routing. Here is kind of a basic look at our departure. I'll bring it up even more here. We're going to come out of Burbank. You know what? Let me put this on a IFR chart. and you can kind of see it, but let's pull it up. Here's our departure, folks. Basically coming off of 15, we're going to turn to heading a 210, vectors to rave, then on to slap, yappy, and then on course. Everything below 19,000 by jet HK. However, 10 miles later, we need to be above 20,000. And then on out to MISEN. So that's how we get out of here. Where we're parked, right down here, we are going to basically push back. You know, my guess is S1. I don't think they would swing us this way to go, but you never know. And then we'll go up Alpha, take off on our 6,800-foot runway, almost 69, and off we go. All right, folks, and then into Vegas, the reindeer approach, MISEN at 24,000 feet, then we start our descent. We will have decided our runway before, pretty much before takeoff, because folks, with 41 minutes, there ain't going to be a lot of time to think. You think, you die. Oh, sorry, folks. Watch Top Gun over the weekend. Some of you, hey, I know that line. All right, so, but our choices are, here's runway 1, our vectors for it. Grandma, Beauty, Envy, and cutting across will be to get us over to the 8s. Huh, that don't make sense. That should be getting us over to the, oh, I'm sorry, 19s and 26s. Okay, I'm like, what? All right, and then the middle one is if they were landing west. And that one's a tricky one. So, all right, so there you go. I was getting a little confused there, folks. So let me go ahead, slide this away. D8 real quick. Here's Burbank. D8 is a great, great program, folks, especially if you're going cross-country, USA. Reason being, if you go to that site, it's going to pull up looking like this. Put in, if your airport's on the list, read it, because that is very close to, if not the current ATIS there. So you can get an idea leaving San Francisco for Washington, D.C. Oh, they're landing that way. Okay, so we start formulating. We got 5 hours to get there, folks. We can begin watching the ATISs over, every so often, and visually begin to see how the weather is relating to what runway we're going to go for, and we can start getting ready by Denver. Especially if you're new to the plane, you can start acclimating yourself to what you're about to fly the approach into, especially if it's instrument rules in play. Again, this program is great for simmers to do that. Now, VATSIM sometimes doesn't want to follow the real world, even though they say they do. I've run into that. You've all seen it a few times. So, always hold with a grain of salt what you see here, because VATSIM will inevitably throw a wrench in it somewhere. All right, so, and again, oh, did he? Oh, no, I thought for a second, did he come down? I say, how dare he with that many planes? All right, so you know what? Enough chitty chat. Let's get in here and let's get this plane going, shall we? All right, so what I use for a checklist, folks, you're going to kind of giggle. I use the Toliss A319 Concise Checklist version 2. Google it, you can find it. There are a couple really good checklists, plus the one on board. Very detailed, very, but this gets you through everything, gets you going, and you didn't miss anything. Okay, so, and again, please pardon if I yawn, folks. Like I said, it wasn't a great night at work, sleeping-wise. Not that we were busy. My body just was not having it last night. It It was pretty rough, but that's neither here nor there. All right, so let's do it, folks. Up to the top here, the batteries. Let's go ahead and turn them off. Okay, just for a second, I just want to make sure how we're doing. Now we'll kick them back on. That'll show that we're charging. Fuel pumps are off, and we've got the purser switch on and the ground control on. Let's do a CVR test. I don't know about you, but that seemed kind of low. There's a reason it was kind of low. There we go. All right. Next up will be the APU fire check. While I'm at it, I do the engines. Okay, and you got your calls you can check. Walking our way up this panel, everything looks good. We'll come back to this in a moment. Back down, we just want our nav lights on. Working our way up, let's aim a little cold air into the back, even though, well, actually, no, we shouldn't. Reason being, it is only 8 degrees outside Celsius. We're just looking, making sure everything's set and properly ready. Okay, cockpit lights. You know what? Let's start fueling because we may have some time here. All right, estimated fuel, we need 10,000. Come on, get over out of the way. There we go. 10,482. We'll get as close as we can to that. Okay, let's do 10,600, request our fuel truck. I'm going to go ahead and check the next page. Okay, we're already empty of cargo for the most part. Okay. All right, and passengers. We're calling for 156. Load. All right, now real quick, let's find out if we do need to throw that 7,000 pounds of cargo in. Reset to current. Currently we're at 132.0. 132.0, we're 10 pounds over. Oh my gosh. Call out the FAA. We may not be able to take off, folks. We're 10 pounds over our zero fuel weight. Oh my goodness. I think we'll survive. All right. So that's cool. So everything's ready and boarding. That's cool. We'll get the people starting out here. All right. We're still fueling. We're still only at 13. It's actually defueling. Let's take a look outside. You've already seen a lot of the animation, folks. That's one of the neat things about Toliss. It doesn't just pop, disappear. It drives in, drives out. Now, granted, once it gets to a certain point, it pops out and pops in from there, but it's at least neat to see things moving at the aircraft. Flight Factor did that in X-Plane 11, but it only did it from like the wingtip, if that far out in. Hey, it's better than nothing, folks. X-Plane 12, it just pop, 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 and you're on your way. So, but anyway, there's a nice look at it right there. Now, one thing about Burbank. Oh, those of you in the airport operations arena like myself, you're gonna get a good laugh. Huh. Like that safety area? And folks, this is not the flight sim making a joint. Look at making a joke. Look it up. Yeah, you taxi right by the runway. You actually, from these gates, have to call prior ground control 10 minutes so they can ensure you can properly push and get out. If you look up there, I mean, folks, the whole terminal is right up against the road. It's literally like a World War II movie where you saw them sitting here and then all of a sudden lined up in different places and they just take off through the field. Pretty much welcome to Burbank. So, yeah, kind of it blew my mind away seeing this, and I have got to fly into this airport, folks. Real world, I'd love to go see this. To you all, you're like, it's just an airport. To me, this fascinates me what kind of waivers and stuff are in place to allow this, because your taxiway edge line is your runway edge line. Seriously, folks. I mean, that's awesome in my book. So anyway, I had to show that off. Sorry for my digression. All right, we saw the fuel truck pull away, so you know what that means? We're full of fuel. I thought I was going to say something else, didn't you? All right, master switch on for the EPU. Let's go ahead and clear it for now, because what we're looking for is flap open. And basically what that means, I'll show you. 747, it's real easy to watch it. Here, it took me a while to find it. It actually took me till last night, de-ice, to see it. Hang on a second here. All right, let me zoom in. It's right there, folks. I believe that's the flap because it closed when they shut the APU off. If I'm wrong, tell me, folks. I only go by what I see. So, hey, can't see anything. Oh, you're right. Oh my gosh. You know, that technician behind the cameras really needs to work on it. My bad, folks, my bad. Man, that loose nut. Anyway, so there you go, folks, the A320. And again, what we were laughing about, since you were laughing at me because I still had some toolkit up, here's your taxiway center line, folks. Just making sure. No, I'm sorry. Here, this is your whole short line. And it happens to stretch all the way up here. That's your runway, folks. Welcome to Burbank, like I said. And thank you there, Hawker. Happy New Year to you. You have eyes again. Well, it's about time you woke up. Oh, did I say that out loud? Give them a day off, and what do? Want to sleep. I tell you, these FAA workers. Wait a minute, they sleep on the job. Why do you need to sleep there? Anyway, all right. Well, we were left lost in the woods here at opening the flap for the APU. Now we can start it. And then we're going to get this bird going, folks. We'll pick up the pace, get going. We've already blown about 20 minutes on the ground here. Let's see if we can't get her in the air here quick. Okay, you're watching the dial right here where my cursor is. Yeah, cursor is there, just making sure. Once it gets to 10, which is 100%, it'll say available. What that actually means is your APU generator has actually connected and is powering the plane. All right, we're just about there. All right, and you can see the stats on the generator. Showing 0% because we are still tied into the ground power unit. All right, cockpit lights. Let's go back to the center and then up. And let's do a quick look here. Emergency lights armed, set. Let's check our lights. All the bulbs from Sylvania seem to be working, and GE. Just realized y'all may not know who Sylvania is. Oops. Wrong button, folks. I got them turned around in this one. Sorry. I was flying the Flight Factor A320. That video, by the way, posted. You can see the big differences aside from the NEO stuff with the engine. And I know some of you out there have this plane now. So I hope I do justice in showing you what you need to do. Now, I turned the dome light to off in the daytime. Nighttime, I might run dim. I just kind of judge what I see in the plane. And then I just work around. The landing elevation switch needs to be in the auto position. We'll check it again. We're going to head down to the bottom here. Flaps 0. Confirm that on your ACAM. And that is right here, folks. This is your flap indication. Speed brakes are down. Now, when you arm them, this is what I pointed out in the video, folks. There is no white band on the Flight Factor. That's how you know visually, without a doubt, you're armed. If you see that white band, you're armed. If not, they're pushed in and usable. Big deal? Could be. But if you need to use the speed brakes, you would still need to push down and pull them back. So that's what I was pointing out. While we're heading back up to the top, probe heat. Again, what we pointed out in the A320 video applies here. If the switches are dark, 9 out of 10 times they're the way they need to be. Otherwise, they'll say what you want, either on or, as you see up here, off. But they are on. This one's in auto. These are all set. You just can physically turn them on. Okay. All right. Moving on. Insuic 68. Welcome aboard. Happy New Year. Thanks for the biddies. We sure appreciate you. Hope you have a great year ahead of you. Let's see here. Air conditioning. Oh, APU bleed. Let's go ahead and get that on. And then pushing down, let's make sure the air conditioning packs are on. Again, they're going to go dark. And then what I'll do is drop back down here. Look for COND. By the way, I'll help you out. It's that button right there. Check your temperatures. If you're set for Fahrenheit, then you know what it's saying. And it's saying the back end of the aircraft is pretty warm. Okay, so let's head up and go ahead and turn them to cold and see what happens. Okay, pack temperatures are coming down, so the cabin should cool here. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and get the cockpit cool too. Again, forward, back, forward, aft. Okay, we'll let that go for now. Continuing on, cross bleed for starting is in the auto position. Gen 1, Gen 2, or Gen 1, Gen 2 are in fault. That's only because the engines aren't running, folks. External power, let's go ahead and disconnect. The flicker was, now we're on APU, internal power. Streamlabs, welcome in. Wait a minute. Oh, subsonic flight, welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. I'm trying to figure out what. Oh, I see. I got confused by one of the messages that came up on my screen. Sorry about that. But subsonic flight, thank you so much for following. Welcome in. Happy New Year. And look forward to seeing you this year on future flights as well as what we have today. And then we've got the external power off, electrical panel otherwise is set up. and the ventilation panel, which is, yeah, right here, sorry. For some reason, I always go here. It's right here. Everything, again, shows proper on the switches. Okay, let's get the ADIRs set up and going. So you go to nav. On bat comes on. Very important. We see that, especially in the real plane, and we want to make sure it turns off. Basically, that's saying if you lose your generators, lose your APU generator, and the RAT, you can still have your navigation because it'll work off your batteries. Okay, they are in alignment. Finally, we want the strobe light in auto. Nav logo. The difference between 2 and 1, or 1 and 2, however you want to look at it, is there are 2 bulbs in the wingtips. If you have it on nav 2, and when you do your walk around and you go, hey, one of the lights ain't alerting, go down to nav 1. If you now get the correct color, guess what? You're good to fly. If it still doesn't come on, you might want to talk to maintenance because you're not flying. That will actually ground you. Last I checked, it should, because that's how people tell where they are. And Subsonic Flight just subscribed. Sir, welcome aboard. Thank you so much. We sure appreciate you. Hope everything is great with you, and look forward. Thank you so much for coming aboard with Flying with Mike. Okay, seatbelt sign. Let's go ahead and turn that on since they're starting to board. Emergency exit again on. Lights checked. Landing elevation, 12 o'clock auto. Pack flow. Since we're going into Vegas, I'm going to go ahead and go high. We got 156 people. Let's keep it full. Oh, Hawker hyping for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. Oh, that was a gifted sub. I missed that somewhere. Thank you so much for the gift. Too much going on my screen at once. Oh, that or that technician is just not letting me see everything. No, just kidding, folks. That technician happens to be me, so. All right, engine fire check's done. Radio 3 is working. Radio 1 and 2 are set. Big thing here. Let me spend a couple seconds here, folks, because with this plane, one of the quirks I found, and it's not with the plane, it's with X-Pilot. That is the source or the connection client between your aircraft and the networks that you fly on. This is where you may hang up and not see you, or not hear yourself, not hearing yourself, them hearing you, you hearing them. I got it right that time. Oh, I gotta have the program running. Hang on. I wasn't planning to run it because I'm not gonna work with Los Angeles. Way too busy. I don't like when I gotta fight to get a word in edgewise. If your COM 1, getting back to what you need to make sure, doesn't matter what the frequency is, although 122.8 for those new to VATSIM, that's the Unicom channel when they say go to Unicom, that we mostly fly on when there's no ATC. Okay, what I'm going to want you to look at is right here, your TX and RX, how they're highlighted. All right, now let me zoom in over here. Hang on, bear with me. All right, make sure you have the call button for COM1 lit. If not, it just went away. But wait, let me try it a different way. There we go. Oh no, it's still lit. Doggone it. Anyway, if it looks like COM2, and of course if COM2's not lit, you're not going to be able to transmit to where they hear you. You'll be able to text, I believe. You just won't be able to voice with them. Likewise, if you don't have receive. Now receive is run by the, see how it just went from the dark blue to the very light blue? You have to click on it and make sure, first off, you're like this with the dark blues. Then if you're still having a hard time, make sure you turn it all the way up, because you can in X-Plane 12 manipulate the volume level right at the radio on some of these planes, Fearless especially, but I think this one too, and the Toliss aircraft. So again, key, transmit, receive, bold highlight here, controlled right here on your comm, just like the real guys. All right, so let's pull that away. Okay, so our radios are on and set. And finally, that means we get to go to the McDo. I'm going to check something here. Okay, we got 4 minutes to the alignment, which is great. When you come in here, your McDo is going to be on your data aircraft page. Data aircraft status page. Just in the last 5 days, folks, or so, we had an update to our RNACs. RNACs are what update your flight sims nav data and FMC McDo setups in your planes. If you're one that wants to fly as real as possible, you'll want that updated. That just occurred back 28th of December. Now we have until January 24th, then another one comes out. NavGraph is one place. I think there's a couple of others. Look into them if you want to keep that up to date. There's also a charts program with NavGraph that'll keep you up to date with all of the airports that are instrument in the world, so that you have the charts literally at your fingertips instead of hunting and pecking all over the internet to find them, if they're findable. All right, so let's press on. Let's go to the init page right next to data. Very simple process here. This can be done one of two ways. What you're going to be doing is putting your flight plan filed into here. Now you could, one of three ways, sorry. You could manually do it. Put your from, put your to in, put your alternate, if you put a company route in, which would be something stored, so forth, and fill everything out. Or reach out to your filed flight plan via the onboard ACAR system, I believe is the system that grabs it, pulls, reaches out, finds it, pulls it in, lets you know. How they do it, I believe, is this way, then function twice, you can download it this way. Or right from the init page, press init request. We're going to do it that way. See how it's beginning to fill in. It's what this program is doing is going from your aircraft via the internet to SimBrief, free account. All you got to do is register. Whatever you last generated there, pulling all of that data plus the wind data they're using and all of that into here, and now it's pulled in. Okay, so there's our flight, there's our alternate, our flight number, cost index. Whoa, that's really higher than what I thought I saw. Bear with me. 35. Okay, yeah, it's 10 higher. Let's go with 35. And again, you can change it when you see a problem. These numbers I go with, I don't have them set. And here, you can go to, here, let Let me pull it up, charts. This is the program I alluded to. Okay. With this program, here's the route. Go to Burbank, click the maps. It looks like a map. Go to taxi, parking gates and coordinates. All right, we're in B2. B2. All right, so it needs to read November 3411.7. It may have just updated. It just did. Everything looks good. I just saw GPS primary. So we won't be able to do that. But anyway, you would go in here, type, make sure that longitude is 3411.7 for your spot at Burbank. Latitude 3411.7. Longitudinally west 118.21.3. We saw it, that's what it's set at, so we're good to go. All right. From here, now that we know these are set, we can click winds, or we can go to data, function, and update the winds that way. Okay. Now we're going to go to F plan. Now, you're asking me, why do we go through all of that when there's only one fix? Ye of little faith, stand by. I should have left charts up here. I'm actually going to make it a little bigger, so hang on a second, folks. And I'm going to pull this out. All right. Okay, so we'll go to plan up here, which you could barely see. And then I'm going to dial it down to say 20. All right, so we're starting at Burbank. As you can see on charts or at our flight plan, and I'm going to put that up here real quick. Slap 2. All right, so let's go to Burbank. Click departure. Runway 15. Slap 2. All right, now what's our transition? MISEN. All right, now you see it's starting to draw the flight plan in. Let's go ahead and insert it. That now gets us, think of this, Boeing guys, as vector. We're not going to be able to clear it. It's a vector. So we're going to get to 400 feet and then turn as we get vectored around to rave. You might have heard me say something about that. 210, then we'll vector around, come into rave, slap, and on. Okay, we're going to actually watch it down here. Just use the up arrow. Okay. And it's going to stop at MISEN. And then we're going to do the same thing at Vegas. Click LAS, click arrival. Here's where we got to make the decision. We're not on VATSIM. You know what I sometimes do here, folks, to make this decision easier? I let charts help me out. Now, we're set up for 26 left here. I'm going to switch it. No, I'm not yet. Let me pull charts up. Approach. ILS is 1, GPS. Right, let's take a look at that. You know what? I think I kind of like that one. Because our other choice is this is an ILS. There's a couple of them. There's an RNP. I think I'm going to go with the one left. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so what we'll do, come back here. Add to route. Approaches. Select the ILS. And what it's going to do, it just took us from reindeers into Rome and Trey and right on our ILS. Okay, so let's see what reindeer. Okay, we're coming in on one left, so let's look at that. We're coming in at Trey. Now we're going to use, here's our star, reindeers. We're going to come in on Roman. Right there. Click on that. Now, if you were following here, folks, ILS is what we're planning. Via the Roman transition, we're using the Reindeers 2 arrival. We have to get our transition MISEN. See how this nicely reads? Boeing, it's a little not so right. To me, not so easily determined. Let's insert it. So, remember we left off at Ryson. Up, up, looking for, there's reindeer, there's Rumi, bomb, Roman, right on to Trey, and right on in. Guess what? That looks good. Okay. Now, our missed approach goes out to Boulder City. So 3,000 feet, we turn. Let's see what it does. Boulder City. Hold, and then we get told where we're going to go. Hopefully not to Michigan. Hell, Michigan. Bet y'all didn't know there really was place that freezes over called hell. All right, so Vegas. Now what are we getting here? This is if we have to go to our alternate, divert. It's already got it partially planned in here, folks. All you got to do is the same thing we did. Click here, click the departure, click down here, click the arrival, and you could be fully planned from Burbank to Vegas to your missed approach. That's every airplane can do that. But then you could also be set up to go to your divert to your alternate. So pretty cool stuff here, all that comes with it. All right, moving on, because we need to get moving on. Next up is our RadNav page. Everything's good here. Heading on to init one more time. We're going to go to the next page, page 2B, as they call it. And what I'm going to do is head back over here, check our 132.1. That's cool. Center of gravity, 0 fuel weight, 29.4. That's not cool up here. So /29.4. Okay, fuel 10.5. We're at 10.6. I'll take it. All right, finally, perf. All right, here's the one thing I really love about this plane, folks. One, you have the takeoff perf right here. And with charts, guess what? You can use another little utility on it. It's going to cover this up for a second. But when we come back, I will tell you what I'm doing here so you'll see it on the EFB. Okay. You've got, first off, let's get rid of that chart. Okay, we're all set down there. All right, so you got this weather in the middle. ETAR, ATIS. You heard it, ATIS. So again, right from charts, you can use the ATIS to figure out what the heck they want you to do. And if you remember, I made mention to ground control 10 minutes prior to pushback. There it is right there. This would also give you surface conditions on your runway, friction indications, so you know how slippery it is when you land. Landing up north could be slippery, and stuff like that. So anything directly pertinent within the next hour, you're going to find there, if not updated quicker. So again, ILS 8's in use, landing, departing, 8 and 15. All right, weather-wise. Okay, now I am going to input into the EFB first, test some scenarios, and then go to the McDo, okay? And more than likely we're toga out of here. Just gonna let you know, with a 6,800 foot, more than likely toga. But we'll show you the why. Runway 15, 0 feet from the intersect, we're right on it. Winds, we have them calm. So to do that, we're just gonna leave it 9 and call it 0. Temperature now 12. So you can see it's slightly behind. Altimeter 13. Got a dry runway. Hang on, a snicker, as we've seen rain on the windshield. We'll keep the anti-ice off. Takeoff weight. Just quickly glance over at it. That looks good. Whoa. Yeah, I'm going with 142.0. Wow. Oh, never mind. You know what? There could be discrepancies here. Never mind. We'll go with what the plane's telling me on that. All right. This is not your zero fuel weight CG. This is your plane's direct CG. So that looks good. Now, here's where we set it. Flex or toga. We'll start with flex. We'll go with an auto configuration, and we're going to have the air conditioning. Okay, well, we did it off. We do it on. And then we click compute. So here's what it's telling us. Full length runway is way back here. We have a displaced threshold, folks. You can take off into displacement, but you got to land forward of the threshold lines. Flaps 1 at a flex of 73 is going to need 6,300 feet of runway to get airborne. But V1, if we were to abort at 130 to 133, we only have 500 feet to stop. Not the greatest conditions, and I don't like that auto doesn't select 2. Lowered it back a little. Now we could go as low as 150 or 146 if we put it at 122, 1546. Starting to see how this really works when you start playing the scenario game here. Let's go back to auto, do a toga. Look at that. So at 114, we'll have 3,000 feet of runway for V1. 125 gives us 1,000 feet. And a configuration of 3. Let me, more time do flex. That was 1. Okay. So, I think we're going toga. Flaps 3. All right. Now, with this data, I can then come over here and click uplink uplink takeoff data, or again through data. We'll just do it here since it's simple. Update your information. 30.13. nothing we can do about this, folks. If it's green, you can't change it. Winds are calm, that's fine. Runway's dry. Use your arrows if you need to. However, since we're going 3, let's put that up here. All right, let's do it again. Oh wait, no, we're good. Never mind. Flaps 3 up 0.3, which is not normal. 125, 125. That's good. Oops, I clicked away the Okay, so everything looks good. So, insert, oink, clear, get rid of that. So, we're 125, 125, 129. Transition is correct for the United States, North America, 18,000 feet. If we were to, say, take off at the line instead of into displacement, we'd have to put the amount of foot displaced there. Our flex temperature would be in here if we flexed the takeoff. So there you have it, folks. We are set up and ready to go here. And I am going to do a quick finish it up here. All right, so we have said, wait, did I pull? I didn't pull that away. Doggone it, like I said I would. Okay, so real quick, let's get back over here so you can see what I did with this takeoff thing. There's our runway, there's our intersection. Again, I told you, we got a calm wind, so it doesn't matter if that's 9 or 2 or 359. It's 0 knots. Temperature's 12, barometer's at 30.13, dry runway, takeoff, any ice off, takeoff weight, CG, and so forth. Now we're doing toga. It's set up so the system here will tell us our flap. And then I turn the air conditioning on in the calculations. Believe me, you can work these 3 guys and figure out what's your best, what would be the best for conditions. Remember, dispatch, it could be in like Atlanta, New York City, Hong Kong, who knows? Hong Kong Fooey. So you're the best judge of what it's doing right where you're at. All right. So that's how we figured it all up. All right, all we got left to do here, folks, is set up this front control panel FCU, and then a couple other things. We're ready to go. So I am going to first get rid of a couple of things here. External power. And by the way, this is the same, much condensed, let's put it that way, than if you go here and open ISCS. Okay, just a lot easier to use. That'll get our cargo bays closing. Show you this animation I was talking about. Now the fun thing is when they hit each other. That's always fun. Or like if you have the catering trucks in. Okay. We already have the spoilers armed. Okay. Let's get up here. I'm sure Grandma and Grandpa are getting upset with how cold it is in there. All right. Where were we? Altimeter. 309. Whoop, wrong way. 3009. Okay. Whoop. Uh-oh. They're not synced. Oh, yeah, they are. Okay. All right. Yeah, I just want to make sure they're synced. LS constraints. ARC will stay at 20. VOR, VOR. Now we're in manage speed, manage heading. And let's see. I'm not going to bring this up, mainly for fear I may leave it up. Oh, top altitude's 23,000. Guess what? We're going all the way. Okay, and on this side, constraints, LS, VOR, VOR, ARC, and we'll keep it at 40. All right, we are ready for pushback, folks. All we have left are switching panels right here. We want to make sure they're facing 12 o'clock. Transponder on. And I always go to X-pounder on the ground. On your, here, let me show it real quick because you saw it in the ATISes. Make sure that green light is on mode C. If it's not, figure out one, why. Here on these planes, sometimes you got to click on and move this to transponder out, something other than standby. Once that green light comes on, you're good. TARA will just show traffic on your nav data when you're flying. All right, and we are ready to go. Let me get the truck away. Hey, if we look up, doors closed. And I am going to get Smart Cars 3 running for Mac Air. And if you're looking for a good airline to join, folks, check them out over at Millennium Aviation. Really good bunch of people. Been with them several years now. I bet every bit of 5, 6, maybe 7 years. And they are outstanding. Great software. They're bringing on Smart Cars 3 now as their primary. I was like, where's my flight? Somebody fly it? But great stuff. Discord channel, great. If you know Captain Mac, YouTubers, he started this channel. All right, we are set and ready to go. I'm going to get that disarmed. All right, let's do it. Make sure everything's clear but the chocks. Let's do it. Call in better pushback.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
That's too much of an open-ended question. I will refuse to answer it. Really don't think they would turn them. See how complex you can do this with better pushback?
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
Right, once we see the tug, we'll turn the beacon on and be ready to go. Again, thanks for flying with Mike. Thank you so much, Subsonic Flight, for the follow. Insuik for gifting the sub to Subsonic. We sure appreciate y'all. And the biddies from Insuik as well, we sure appreciate. So, hope you all enjoy. And we're getting ready to go to Vegas, baby. All right, beacons.
All right, looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
All right, folks, just so you're aware, we do have a YouTube channel. I believe it just came up on the chat here not too long ago. Folks, we put every video up there and then some. There's been a couple of flights over the Christmas break that I only put up to YouTube. Check them out. And we'd love for you to click subscribe over there, join our family. We keep putting content up there, updating it, and would love for you to be a part of both our Twitch family, where we do the live streams, and YouTube, where we house the videos of those. So you can't say
Welcome
you missed
aboard,
it.
Captain. Toes connected, bypass pins inserted. Go ahead and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Like I said, you can't say you missed it unless I forgot to hit the record button. That happened a couple times. All right, he said we're ready to go. Cleared to push. Here we go.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
We're going to hold on that. Give you an idea what we're pushing back to. You remember, right? I told it to push the tail this way, swing back under it, and then it's going to swing the tail that way. We're going to end up right about here, folks. It just amazes me. The movement hold line, folks, right here. That's a runway. I've got to see this in real life. And yes, look at that beautiful scenery back there, folks. Oh my goodness. Oh, they've really come a long way, folks, from the days of FS98 and Flight Sim 20, or Flight Sim 2000, sorry. All right, let's go ahead and get in here and start on the engine start. All right, starting number 1. First we go to ignition start. Wait for the air, and go. CN2 building up. It's gonna hold for a few seconds and then light off and finish up. So it's gonna get to about, I think it's 25, 26, maybe higher. Oh, it lit off right away. Okay, with the word available there over N1, we can now turn our attention to number 2. same thing, folks. Immediately, it's going to town. Just mind-boggling. Just the runway's like right there. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold lines right ahead of us. All right, with a veil, let's start the clock. 3-minute warm-up.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Brake set. Right, let's go ahead.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
Go to normal, and let's get this thing going. All right, let's go to the top here. APU bleed off. Ground spoilers to armed. Flaps to 3. Verify. Okay, we're set to go to 3. Let's make sure. Flaps 3. All right, let's do our pitch and trim. What I'll do here, folks, is I go over here and I click FACTL, flight control. Okay, pull it out.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the left. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Up 3. Okay. And then after we get our check here. And what he's going to show us is our pins. Good deal. Some guys will flash, turn off, or headlight. Okay, let's get back to what we were doing. All right, so I've got our trim set. Now, it is a few steps further down, but I go ahead and do it now. Check my surfaces. Make sure no kind of locks are in place. And, of course, no warnings. Okay, and then I just do quick go around with the stick, make sure they work freely. Okay, and then just select the flight controls. All right, moving on. Let's go back up top, turn the APU off. Tell the flight attendants arm the slides. Yes, you can. Well, you kinda do, kinda don't. Arm doors and cross-check. Okay. Nose wheel, parking brake, elapsed time. That's all we got left to do. And then we start our run. And off we go. Brakes, flight controls we just did. And we'll get the remainder of our didn't taxi far enough. I thought we got to where I could turn up. I forgot I got to turn up alpha here. Now, interesting facts I've found out about this airport. UPS and FedEx fly in here. Not really sure why, other than maybe to make sure cargo and parcels get to you more efficiently. than trying to do it from Los Angeles itself proper or Ontario, depending which airline. They fly an A300 in here, for those of you who know that aircraft was released, and the 757. So when someone says they can't do it, well, the real ones do it. All right, so let's finish this up. Auto brake, max, brakes. I'm sorry, brake fan on, cabin. Okay, get our lights extended but not lit. And let's send our computer system here back to school. Oh, look at that, it passed its test. Radar on. And watch the Christmas tree come alive. Terrain radar on. All right, we're ready to go, folks, at the end of the runway. Burbank Tower Spirit will be ready to go at the end. Roger, clear for takeoff. Spirit Wings 250. All right, love it when a plan comes together like that. So I hope y'all enjoy. Hope you're enjoying this. I know I took a lot longer than I had anticipated. I was really hoping to get out in less than 40 minutes. We almost did. Yeah, right. Hey, we try. But I hope you got a lot out of it, especially those of you that pulled the trigger and bought this aircraft. The trickiest part to this plane, like all planes, right here. Want to get more advanced, we can talk here, but we're not flying online with any of them, and quite frankly I don't find a lot of people using it, not like POSCON does, which is another VATSIM like network, but I can't get POSCON to work on X-Plane 12. I've tried and tried, it just won't, and I just haven't flown on X-Plane 11 in a long time. So let's get outside, take a look at the LA basin. Another little funny story. I used to drive a truck, for those of you new to the channel. Funny to me, may not be to you. I live in St. Louis, Missouri. Now, if you're not familiar with the city, might be with one of its major products, Budweiser beer. That's right, Anheuser-Busch is here. Now, InBev, many of you in Europe know that one, because I believe that's where they're from. But anyway, Budweiser beer is brewed here, okay, in St. Louis. Anyway, I'm driving the truck back in the early 90s, get a run to LA, okay, cool. And I reload in a suburb of Los Angeles called Van Nuys. Van Nuys Budweiser. They have a brewery here, which that doesn't surprise me with the amount of volume of Budweiser and all of that drank from Anheuser. It's destined for St. Louis. Wait, I'm going, wait, what? The biggest brewery for Anheuser is in St. Louis. Why are we going to St. Louis with California beer? I'll be honest, either the guy was from St. Louis or not. He goes, would you drink the water out of the Mississippi River? And mind you, folks, it's very muddy, yucky, icky looking. A lot of barges running up and down. It's always muddy, always oily looking. Okay, got a point. Wait a minute. So you guys drink St. Louis beer? He goes, I don't want to go into that. Obviously the water's filtered, but it was great. I mean, When you're a truck driver, folks, a little thing like that helps you, especially when you're dragging butt big time from long hauling like that was to get there. It just caught me great. Hope you enjoyed it, because I'm ready to take off. All right, let's clear this chrono. All right, we're clear for takeoff. So now the auto on button here on the strobes, auto basically means if you're like me and forget to turn the strobes on to go on the runway, once you take off, they automatically come on when the gears, because you know they're in a strut, so when that strut extends out to its limits, it triggers the strobes on. I'm going to go ahead and physically. And likewise, when you land, which is where I most of the time forget them, it turns them off. Some neat things Airbus came up with. As I like to say, neat things that make you have to take it in for service more often. All right, let's get on out here. Flight attendants, prepare for takeoff. All right, remember folks, we got to turn to 210 pretty much right after departure. Okay, we'll go to a dead stop. Brake set. All right, we're clear for takeoff. Lights on. Takeoff positions. Here we go. Alright, brake temperatures, engine mode as required, turn off lights, landing lights on, tail, and brakes. Here we go. %. Brakes off. Toga. Stick forward. Here we go. Okay, 100 knots, speeds, cross speed, we're good. P1, rotate. Positive rate, gear up. And we'll let the autopilot, well, we'll just go ahead. 210. Okay, once wings level, we'll go to level climb. Need to be at or above 7,000 when we make our when we cross rave. All right, I'm going to go ahead, make us turn. Let's go 360. our flaps up. No speed restrictions, folks. And there's Rave right there. So once we... Boy, am I going to be pretty close? I think so. Huh. That was a guess, folks. Here, let's take a look out the window. There's Bob Hope Airport. Not sure which interstate that is, but there's that too. All right, now we're gonna come in pretty close. All right, so how do we do this? Very simple, folks. Go direct, array, insert, and it should adjust the routing to go there. And you can see the slight turn, green line to Rave. And we are on course. We are above 7,000, so we've got everything met at this point. You can see why the 7,000 foot restriction to 15,000, because of the ridges ahead of us. All right, we're coming up on 10,000 feet. Let's make sure we've got our flaps all the way up. We do. Final checks here. Altimeters, altitude, everything's set. We'll get our system check done here above 18,000 feet. Basically, that'll be getting our fuel balanced. And let's disarm the spoilers. Turn the brake fans off. Get up here, turn the lights off. With it being such a short flight, what I would do, folks, is I was captaining this plane like an American pilot did from St. Louis to Chicago once. Once we clear about 25,000 feet, maybe before that, I'm going to kick the seatbelt sign off. That gives them a little bit of time to make money for the airline, selling stuff for you, but more importantly, allowing the passengers back their time to use the lavatory real quick before we have to turn it back on as we're coming into Vegas. All right, I'm going to go ahead and bump out. Okay, now with us on TARA now, any traffic, if we were on VATSIM, would show up. I will give kudos to Laminar. Great scenery. I mean, we can squabble our differences between simulator platforms, but to me, this is perfect for those of us without those Mondo Condo rigs. Alright folks, just doing some behind the scenes work. Getting ready for the approach brief real quick. Edwards Air Force Base off to the, slightly off to the left here. Alright, we've crossed 18,000. Let's set our transition. Let's press on. All right, got about 30 miles top of climb. We're through 20,000. We're going to go ahead and do that system check here real quick that I mentioned. Basically, what we do here, folks, I bring this out because it's a lot easier for, one, you to read, but two, you're going to see what we're going to be doing up top here. All right, so this is your basic page. All you're going to do is go through each of the systems, your engines, your bleed airs, and all of that, and make sure everything's good. Now, usually you do this at top of climb. We don't have a lot of time, so I want to make sure that fuel gets balanced. Okay, there's the engines, there's your bleed air, cabin pressure looks good, everything's green. Here's how the electrics work in the plane, from your generators to the AC buses, to the batteries, to the buses, and so forth. The hydraulic system. Fuel system. Okay, you see how we got about a 280 pound, or actually probably more than that, but still. All we'll do is come up here first, turn on the cross feed. That way, right now, all fuel tanks are feeding all engines. Then, we're going to shut off the left side. Ding. And now, the right side is fueling both engines. That's what this valve in the middle does if you're not aircraft savvy. And it's going to basically just feed off here, little blowback into here, but for the most part, it's feeding the aircraft. You can see we're already down to 25. It's really a process that should not take, if a video I watched is correct, more than 5 minutes. Then turn the pumps back on. I like to go back to my fuel. Okay, we're still balanced. Cross feed still on. Turn it off. Now you're left side to left engine, right side to right engine only. Okay, continuing on. Well, you know what, we can just do, that was bad, there we go. All right, just click all. APU is off. Here's the temperatures again in the back. You need to adjust, pull it out like I do. And then adjust. 71, we'll put a little heat back there, not much. We'll come back to that. Let's finish it up. Okay, next on the all will be the doors. Now, yes, the doors are closed, the slides are armed. That's one piece of this page. The big piece the pilots look at is right here. These are the air tanks in the cockpit they use when they have an emergency descent because of depressurization or whatever. That's what they breathe from. So they want to make sure they have the maximum amount there, or the required amount to be able to do it. The passengers get theirs from oxygen generators, not from these tanks. Wheels are up, lids closed. Flight controls, all looking good, trim. It's going to change from what we set it, and we're back to the beginning. And now you can see what the temperatures are back there, just from this page. All right, we are going to shut off that seatbelt sign a little late, but the virtual people won't matter. Ooh, man, I hear a nasty fight going on right at my door, trying to beat it down because I wouldn't turn the seatbelt sign off. All right, folks, and we are at top of climb. Real quick, let's pull up. You're going to get it in a smaller version. This way, as if I forget it, you won't forget it. There's the charts program, like I said, small. I'm going to try to give it as much as you can to see it. Okay, so again, MISEN at 24,000. It's a RNAV arrival. And if we're landing, what did we say, 19s? Kind of. We've got to already put in our arrival data. Hang on a second. Why did I put ones? Oh, no. Oh, that's right, ones. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I got myself turned around. Sorry, folks. All right, let's do what's being asked of first, okay? Next phase, okay. Landing perf. Okay, currently we are calm winds. Currently 14 degrees. Altimeter is currently 3016. And dry runway, anti-ice will be off. 139, is that a good number? 1382 is going to be our number. And I go with that. Landing full, air conditioning on, pilot, VAP, and we'll go medium, most likely. Reversers on. Compute. And you can, folks, run this a couple different scenarios to find out what's the best for you. With medium brakes, we'll be off at roughly halfway down the runway. So, that's a good call. Okay, so let's go over here. QNH 30.6. Now you have to type it that way, folks. Otherwise, it's thinking your HEPA 3016. Ooh, I wouldn't want to. Oh, that would be a tough pressure to live at. Well, you wouldn't. Let's just put it that way. Let's go 010, even though that's not it, at 0. Okay, again, 18,000, always. Full. Right now we're forecasting 134 for our approach speed, 129 for the landing speed. Now, let's look at our ILS chart real quick. Okay, our decision altitude is 2460 MSL, or your barometer reading, baro. 284 above ground level. Same point in the sky, folks. So we're going to put it in just for the fun of it. 2460. Boom. And you can see the airport itself is 2,200 feet above sea level. All right, I think we're real close to top of descent. We'll do the rest of this Munyata. Hang on one momentia. Oh, we're already past top of descent, aren't we? Seven. Let's get it dialed in. 24,000. All right, we're beginning our descent. At MISEN, we'll put the seatbelt sign back on, hopefully. Real quick, you see this squiggly line? At that point, folks, we'll be on what the computer projects our glide path to be to make MISEN at 24,000, well, to make 24,000, which right now is showing past MISEN. It will steepen up a little bit here. One other thing we need to check. That's what we need to check. Does not have 24,000 in it. Okay. We have any other restrictions? Okay, above 19. $8,000 at Rome. Everything else is an in-between, so. In Rome, let's double check that it's not a plus or minus. Good, it's not. All right, and then we can go back to perf. 16 miles to 24,000. And you can see we've steepened up and we'll make it. After that, we'll be above 19, so we'll set it for 19 so we don't get below and hit the mountains. Oh, she gets hard. Reindeer at between 13 and 19, plus at 250. Rumley 13,000 to 10,000. Bomb 11,000 to 6,000. Rome 8,000 at 250 knots. I'm sorry, 210 knots. At, folks, not max, at. Want to get a good video? Go to YouTube and search JetBlue versus New York approach. Get a good educational training. I'm sorry, for those of you that are on school breaks right now, it is a little bit of learning, but it's good for the soul to always learn something. Even this old dog always learns, so tries to learn at least one thing every day. After that, it's time to go back to bed. Don't want to overdo it, folks. All right. We are coming up on MISEN. See how things are looking in here. Let's go ahead, as I said, get those seatbelt signs back on, wing lights back on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. As you can tell, we're in our descent right now for Vegas. Folks, we ask that you take your seats and get those seat trays up and your seatbelts kept on for the rest of the journey in. Flight attendants, prepare the aircraft for arrival. Okay. All right, so now we're pushing for 19,000 at what? WOTRO wait V. And then we're good, but we can continue down to 13 by reindeers, but we also have to slow to 250. All right, continuing. So you've already seen the star. This is if you're headed to 19 or the 26s. All right, so let's go to the approach plate, shall we? One left is what we're coming in, so we're coming from the south to the north. That's what confused me. I got myself turned around. Again, McCarran is a D-ATIS airport, so you could be checking en route. You ain't really got a lot of time here. Vegas approach, Vegas tower, Vegas ground, all depending how you're coming in. The important part, line 2. There's your localizer, 110.1. Automatically set in with the McDoos. Same with the final approach course, 014. All right, now, nudie, naughty, 5,300 MSL, which equates to 3,100, 24 feet AGL. Again, mean sea level, or think of it as above sea level. AGL, just reading it from the ground up. Same point in the air, folks, just how we're reading it from. ILS, bold. This is our minimums for ASL, which is the same here. It's just put in, it's just telling the airplane work off sea level instead of the radar altimeter. Okay, even though both are going to get you to the same point at the same time. Let me go ahead and set us to 13. All right, and we're continuing our descent down to reindeers. So just keep that always in mind. Whatever it says here, folks, if it's going to be ASL you put in like we did, it's, you know, here, I'll show you what we did. Next phase. There's our altimeter and all of that. Here's where our minimums go. It's either by the barometer, which in this case is 2,460 feet above sea level, which we're about to set here, 13, right? 16. Okay. Cross check. Good. And good. All right. Next up is our airport elevation and touchdown zone. So you get a feel for what those numbers are basing off of. 284 feet off the ground from here is going to equal this number. Missed approach. You guys can read that, or have been probably. All right, and then our restrictions. Again, we're coming in at Roman. Maximum speed, 210. Now it changed. Now we could actually be slower. So the argument that you would hear with JetBlue and New York approach gets muddied big time here, because the star says at, this says max. That's mean you have to fly 210. Just don't go faster than 210. But you got to be at 8,000 feet starting in. Then you go to Trey, Condo, Nodi, So-So, and right on in. Trey at 7,000, Condo 63, Nodi 5,300, and then working our way down on the glide path. All right, we got a Mulsif for our approach lights. There's our missed approach one more time, a little more pictorial. 3,000 up to 7,000. All right, now, you hear this all the time. The airport is below minimums. The same minimum you use coming down the approach is the same usually, depending what approach you're going to use. In this case, for this approach, if we're getting a ceiling, and a ceiling in the weather strip would be broken or overcast on your clouds, below, in this case, I'm going to say 300 feet. You can't use this approach. There is no Cat 2 into it. Likewise, if the visibility is less than 3/4 of a mile, you're going to have to go to the 2.6s and probably go into a Cat 2, Cat 3. If you, the airline, or the plane are not certified for that, you're going to find an alternate, which means time to go to Ontario or shoot the approach once. If it's still below minimums, you got to shoot the missed approach, and then you just might as well head to Ontario. Unless the TAF says it's going to clear, which you better hope your hold fuel is enough. Because once you hit that magic number, it's time to go. All right. And then if you needed to circle to land, here's your numbers. We're going to be right on the line, just like we are here. This doesn't seem to translate out right for me. So, all right, we're coming down now to 8,000. Now, you got to be careful here, because you got to make sure you make your in-betweens. Now, what was the other restriction at Reindeer? That's right, 250. We're at it. I'm pulling it right now. I'm going to keep us at 250 till we get to Rumley, and then I'm going to begin slowing us to 210. But those mountains ahead, you got to watch. But then you got the basin pretty much. I think you got one more ridge to cross after those. Nope, it should be. I think it's right after this. So we'll see. Again, it's been a long time since I've flown in here. So this way. Usually I'm like everyone else. Let's go out to runway 26 and go 30 miles out to turn around to come 30 miles back in. Nope, we're going to shoot a nice tight, I think. That is quite possibly our runways right there. Huh. How about that? Center, this is Spirit 250. I got the runway in sight. Don't think he'd believe me. He might, actually, out in the desert. It could very well be. All right, let me get to the chat. You know, I have so badly neglected it today. Let me do this. I tried. I keep forgetting to pull it out, because I can do that, make it pop out, and keep it where it's very visible. All right, so landing checks. All right, let's show a couple of these off. Remember I told you what we could do with the McDo for winds? Go to data, function. This would print it. No, we want to go here, request, boom. That's one way. The other way, go to flight plan, right side, access wind data. Request. Boom. And that updates your winds on the way in, folks. Go back to the perf page. Also, now that I've taken over my speed, not letting it be managed, I could activate approach. And I am. All that's going to do is put us on the approach page, filled out, ready to go, 134, 129. All right, let's finish it up here. Speed brake, we're not needing. Make sure it's stowed. It is. Altimeters are set. Landing lights at 10,000 feet. coming on. And I'm going to go ahead and squawk the flight attendants. Okay. And McDo RadNav will check it. Oh, I was wrong, folks. There's our runways. And let's go to LS. Constraints. Just in case we would ever need them, go to get your second side set up. And the localizer appears alive. There's Vegas, baby. And folks, in the comments, in YouTube especially, but Twitchers, hey, let me know. Having this little chart up here, if that helps y'all, great. If you don't like it, tell me. I'll get rid of it from now on. We are fully showing here, so I'm going to go throw approach on. All right, we are set. Let's go ahead and slow us to 210. Which just happens to be green dot. And speed brakes. Okay, let's switch charts. You can also see the airplane. We're coming up to Trey, 16 miles out. All right, flaps 30. On localizer, on glide slope, on Dancer and Prancer, on Vixen, on Donner, Cupid. I forgot the last one, folks. Sorry. Gotta have some fun, folks. Armed. Let's get her slowed up to 180. Actually, we're gonna just bring it down to 160. Landing gear out. Lined up with the runway. Again, folks, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike today. It's always my pleasure to do these streams. Hope I impart some humor as well as some good information to you. Call me out if I'm wrong on anything, please. Last thing I want to do is hand out bad information. Flaps 2. Alright, we're going to now set up for flight attendants prepare for landing. Okay, lights are on. Gears down 3 green. Flaps 3. We are stable. Again, we are landing 1 left. I think we're lined up on it. Welcome to Vegas, baby. Only time I've ever been there was I stayed in the first castle on the left there. You know, what's funny is I was thinking, is this the runway here? No, it's actually right here. It did that last time to me in here. This airport, you throw rain on it, oh my gosh, it makes it even harder. Yeah, but if you look for the first castle on the left, that's where I stayed. It's right across the street from the first pyramid on the left. All right, we're going to take over. Can't screw it up that bad from here. Set V. All right. Basically what we're doing, folks, flying the instrument right here. Glide slope's going up, so we pull the nose up. Drifting a little bit off center line, so we'll use the rudder to bring it back. Now we're going to go visual cues. We're not going to watch our gauge down there.
Hundred above. 300. Minimum. 200.
A little bit of a long landing.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 10, 5.
Not really sure why she wasn't stopping in reverse. Got the feeling it might be trying to crossing 19 right. So I got on the binders myself. And we'll go ahead and turn that brake fan on. And as soon as we clear up here, we'll call in. Alright, clean up here real quick around Spirit 250. We are off. Runway 19 left, 1 crossed 19 right, and 1 taxi to gate Alpha 8. Roger, gate Alpha 8. Spirit 250. Flaps are up. Reversers in. Alright, let's pull up. Alright, so you're headed to, I think it's A8. Yep, A8. That is right there, folks. So we're going to come down. Gulf 2, come in, or actually Gulf 1, come in and find our gate. So Gulf 1. All right, we'll go back to the right chart. Again, hope you enjoyed, folks. We'll get into a post-flight and see how things looked. That looked like a great landing, and see what we can glean from the metrics on it. There you have it, folks. The famous Las Vegas Strip. You know, a lot of the original strip is called Fremont Street. And that was pretty cool. We went up there too. That's the one, if you've ever seen the pictures of Vegas with the Thunderbirds flying right over them in like a video screen. That's inside. It's actually like a mall you walk through. It's the old strip where you would have walked outside like, you know, you do there across from the castle, MGM, New York, and all of them. They just enclosed it kind of like a mall. And it's pretty cool. They got the zip line running from one end of the street all the way down to the other. So if you ever get a chance to get out to Vegas, folks, it isn't just for gambling like everyone, like it quite frankly used to be. Today it's geared for a bigger audience. Some would say to a detriment, because used to be some pretty cheap food, cheap accommodations, so that you would go down and gamble, but not anymore. We're just taking our time so traffic can get out of our gate. All right, they're moved on. The other funny thing, not funny, interesting, I guess would be the better word. When we visited it several years ago, Allegiant had this concourse, lost my mouse, there it is, right here, and some of this one. Now mostly Southwest is in this one, but now this one has fallen prey to other airlines, and maybe they did back then and I just didn't see them, but it's amazing, just the sheer volume here in the old portion of the airport, let alone where that big control tower in the sky is. Yeah, that's the new section where American, United, Delta, name your airline goes to, aside from Spirit, airlines like them. Southwest, primarily what's called the B and C, which is C and B. And what I forgot to do, folks? That's right, start it. Okay, so we want to go to that lone one right there in the alley. Alright, brakes are showing set. Alright, finish this up. APU is up and running. Terrain radar, that was the only thing. Did we get the other one? Did not. Alright, brake van, how we doing? Brake temperature wise, looking good. And let's get up here, turn the bleed air on. Alright folks, welcome to Vegas. Alright, according to McCarran, 148 feet a minute. I know there was a bounce, so there's a possibility, and I think there is, of this coming in a little harder on a sim toolkit. Alright, pirate filed so I can close out. Alright, first flight of the year is with Millennium this time. Alright, folks. So I hope you enjoyed. Let me get back up here. We'll finish things off here real quick. I think we have everything in auto. So the engines are off. Let's go up to the top panel because that's where it all resides. Beacon off. Alright, let's look outside. Whoa! And I am going to put some chocks on real quick. Okay. You can see the animation coming in. Main door is going to open here shortly once the it's not. I forgot I had it set up for Burbank. And then we'll see the other one scoot in here. You know what? Let's go ahead. Add in caterers. Now, if you're not noticing this, folks, look at the animation detail. They even have the leveling bars come down to level it before they go up, and then open the door. Really, like I said, a little higher level of detail than you expect with an aircraft. So, but anyway, there you have it, folks. Spirit 250 has arrived in Vegas. All right, let's, as promised, do the pre-brief here. Bear with me a second. Pull off charts. Don't need that anymore up there. Okay, and get back there. All right. Let's bring in Sim Toolkit, something we haven't seen in a while. again, cleaning things up over here. Alright, Sim Toolkit. Let me bring NavGraph in and hit the unload button here. And the edit and delete. Alright, as you can tell, 447 feet a minute recorded by Sim Toolkit. Oh well, let's, I did that to myself. Alright, so let's get this out of the way. So let's go in and figure out what did he do wrong. A couple of things. I got high on the approach, I know that. Alright folks, so here is the quick look at the flight. 57 minutes, 193 miles, call it 1,800 kilograms of fuel. Landed at 1.6 Gs, 447 feet a minute at 121 knots. That's part of it too. Alright, here's where the rubber's literally hitting the pavement. Kind of, sort of. It put us on one right. So, we weren't 948 feet off the center line, only off the center of this one. And you didn't notice we're a little further down the runway than we really were. The threshold actually starts where the hand is. Can you see? Yeah, the hand. Okay. This is for taking off. Okay, this is the displaced threshold. Very similar to what we used in Burbank. Threshold. Then from here forward is your landing zone. Okay, that's denoted by these hash marks. Where they end on the approach end is the end of the landing zone. Or at least in the landing zone. Albeit a little hard. Okay, so that's cool. Now each of those hash marks, by the way, folks, 1,000 feet down the runway, or correction, yeah, 1,000 feet. Oh, 500 feet. My bad. Ugh. And this is 1,000 feet from the threshold, not from the end, because this is what you're aiming for, folks, when you're doing your visuals. The ILS. The PAPIs all are set up in a way that they're going to aim you for those. See how they stick out even at this high up? So when you're coming in, you can see them and know where to land. Metrically, our pitch was 8.8. I think that's pretty good. I think it's supposed to be more like 6, so I got a little nose up on it. 121 for our speed. Should have been around 125, 129. So we're a little slow. 447 feet a minute. And again, remember I told you we did bounce. So, all right. So there you have it, folks. Flight 1 completed. All right. Flight 2, I wanted to go to San Diego. I really don't want to go to San Diego right now. I'm just not feeling it. But I'm looking around. I really don't know where I want to go. Oh, Albuquerque, Phoenix, pretty decent. Sorry folks for the quietness. I'm just kind of looking for something that looks interesting. We've done Fresno, Oakland, and kind of see where really. Nope, don't like that either. I guess we'll go, well, San Diego. Let's head to Phoenix. I think that sounds cool. Let's go to, what's that sound like, folks, going to Phoenix? All right, so I'm just looking around. We'll head from here on into Phoenix. Might as well just do it with the same airline since I'm set up already for them. Get a schedule in here real quick. Oh, that was not smart. KPHX. Let's see. All right. Okay, yeah, we're going to do Phoenix. All right, so we're going to actually plan this one up. So plan for a little bit of ground time here, folks, okay? We're going to actually do that here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause for about 5 minutes to get things set up on my end for this. We're going to keep the same aircraft. We're just going to use a different one. I mean, we're going to use the same aircraft. I just need to get things geared up for it. So give me about 5 minutes. We'll just take a break. I'll stay streaming, and we'll get this rolling here. Let's go to Phoenix. All right, folks, dispatch got us going pretty quick on here. Like I said, we're going to do all of this right here in front of you. All right, so that way you can see how I plan a flight, how it all comes together, and we're not going to be doing a lot of talking. I want to get this thing going. It's only just to give you a ballpark here. The flight that I'm flying is an old America West Flight 1475. Folks, it's 227 miles, about an hour's flying time. So let's get in here and let's get this programmed up. Let me go ahead and get rid of something here that's in the way. As well as, you know what, give me a second. I am going to go use the restroom. Stand by. All right, sorry about that, folks. Figured I better do that. All right, so I got Sim Toolkit up here, folks. So what we're going to do is come up here to the Flight Planning tab. Okay, we're going to use this part down here. We're going to go KLAS. Actually, no. Let's go to the Advanced Planner. McCarran. Phoenix. And look at this, folks. It's actually showing real-world flights. I wonder what would happen. Oh, that's all it does. What the heck? Oops. Oh. Yeah, now I gotta search November 9. Oh, here. Okay, hang on. Well, you get to learn a little bit more. I thought I had this plane in here. I know 910 wasn't, but, well, we're going to add it real quick. All right. Oh, wait, I wanted it that way. Sorry. All right. So get back in here. My bad. All right. So we need to add November 910 and K. Okay. Should come up with Spirit Airlines. Located, we're going to have it at KLAS. And I just need to add it to SimBrief. Yeah. Oh, I must not have added that one yet. Okay. I understand what I did wrong. Okay. Alright, everything. I just have to add it to the inventory real quick. Save. Copy. Okay, now, sim brief. You have to go to sim brief, fill that out, and then just click the little arrow and put that in with paste. Okay, so now this is part of our lineups. Let's go back to flight planning, advanced. Again, can you just go to advanced? No. Let's do it right. So KLAS, McCarran, KPHX, Phoenix, and what all do we have? Go with that one. Fleet will go with November 9-1. There's our aircraft. I know it's flying a Frontier flight. I know. Here, let's be nice. We'll go in KS. All right. Today currently is 2002. Let's go for, you know what? I'm going to be bold. 50. American pounds. Hopefully I don't have to repeat. Fuel. Specifics, no preferred, alternate, none. Okay, with all of this put in, folks, I can now click Generate Plan. And I don't know if you saw that, but it saves it. I have the downloader, so it automatically saves it. I can actually have it. I don't need it with Toliss, but with Zibo, if you fly that aircraft, you do need that ability. We'll get into that when we fly Zibo. All right, so we're going to plan a 1 right departure. We're going to use the Wrastler 3 ZAYNE WOTRO brusher 1 arrival into runway 8. Cool. Puts us right by our gate. We're going to park where America West used to park. So you get it to this point, folks. Gives you your basic information, right? Fly now. That puts it all into gear. And of course, Albuquerque has come up, LA has come down. I knew that was coming long before setting the flight up. All right, so you see you've got everything like we did before. So let's pre-brief this real quick, while at the same time I'm writing in new numbers. Namely, flight plan, or routes. Bear with me a second here. Let me pull up Sim Brief here. As you can see, I have it a tab. You can attach those right here, folks, with the cog. That's how I have these different things. View save flights. I'm going to go ahead and delete. And delete. So that the only one showing is this one. View. Here is our details. 177. Wow, we got a full load coming down there. All right, there's our flight, 45-minute flight time. I'm writing this into my little cheat sheet here, folks, so that I can make sure we load up properly. Okay, estimated zero fuel weights 136.91. Takeoff weight 146.50. We know this will be different. We're going to see by how much. Try to remember to look. All right. Payload, 39,140 pounds, folks. I did that. Okay. We needed, this is what's kind of funny. You can tell we had about 15 minutes more flying from Burbank to Vegas than we do from here to Phoenix. We were over 10,000 pounds of fuel. To Vegas, we're at 9,600. Well, you see it, 9,667 to here. That is because Prescott is our alternate. Remember, we had to go to Ontario, which is literally, let's fly right back to where we took off. Okay, we're coming out of LAS. Our cruise, 35,000. Are they serious? I'm kind of curious now. Hang on a second, folks. I'm going to FlightAware. I'm going to call them out on this one. And that does happen, folks. KLAS. KPHX. And if you ever are in doubt, check them out. Check what the real flights do. Actually, there were Spirit flights. How about that? Yeah, 2042. Anyway, let's see what they did. Hopefully today. Yeah, it is today. They planned 29,000. Maybe. Let me see what they... Yeah, they got to 20... Geez, I don't even know if they got to 29. I'm looking on... They got to 27 and called it quits there. We're going to do the same thing, folks. Oh, I knew that had to be wrong. Let's go 29. And our winds for today, 225 at 16. All right, anything else I need to pull off here? It's 268 miles. We're looking at an estimated air time of 45 minutes. They block us 1 hour 15 minutes. All right, the infamous route right here. Put that in here so I can easily get it ready for you guys over at YouTube when we're done, so that way you guys can see the route. All right, one last thing that's always fun with the American Airlines format, it's actually pretty cool to go in and look at. Here's your route from Phoenix to Prescott, so expect to see PXR V105 to Drake. I think it's called Drake. And then to Prescott. Okay. So it's kind of neat. You get the routing right in front of your face. Fuel's right here. But I like to take it all the way to the bottom. We have one lap child. And flight attendants tell you that scares them the most. Why? Folks, the kid is sitting on your lap. God forbid what happened in Sioux City where you cartwheeled. Some of the fatalities were kids on parents' laps that folded over them. That's why the airline really likes you to put them in a seat. Those that were in a seat survived. Some did. Some couldn't because part of the plane did catch fire. But if it's a survivable crash and you didn't bend over them, they would survive. All right, so there you go, folks. There's our pre-brief. Let's go down here now to NavGraph charts. Import from SimBrief. Download. There's the routing, so you get an idea what we're doing. Going off 1, hooking it around south, come around the mountains, in on runway 8. And the charts are preloaded. All right, let's head over to the charts. And, excuse me. Do the same thing so we have it available when we go to that format. Okay. All right, folks, you ready to go fly? I sure am. All right, and Sim Toolkit's ready on top. All right, let's go to work. All right, pre-flight time, folks. All right, same thing. All right, let's make sure those fuel switches get turned off. Okay, let's do the batteries. How about we do this? Let's get on external power first. Okay. Okay, we'll wait for the APU to spool down. Okay, let's get to work on this at least. Page 3. All right, again, our fuel was a second. I'll add this before I forget it. All right, I love when I find a huge mistake. There we go. All right, let's request our fuel, which is 9,667. Okay. Comes the fuel truck in. Did I accidentally get rid of the baggage? Oh. All right, they're back. I know what I did. All right. Should be showing everything open. All right. Okay. So we're ready to go. Sorry for that, folks. All right. So right back up top. Let's check our batteries. Okay. Ground on. Pursers on. Fuel pumps off. Fuel's loading. Fire check. All right, and get on that APU here momentarily. Well, we have a few seconds here. I hope you all had a great Christmas, great New Year, and that was a good flight indeed there, Hawker. Indeed a great flight. Hopefully this one will be equally as fun. But yes, hope you all had a great Christmas and your New Year's Eve went safe. And hope you're looking forward to a great New Year. Need to upgrade to what do you need to upgrade to there, Hawker? All right, we got the fuel on. Let's get up here, crank up the APU. And we'll let the folks up top there begin to load the people. All right, and again, I'm going to kind of do this, just kind of follow along. If you want the full tutorial, sort of, kind of, watch the beginning of the video, folks. Those of you on the stream, hey, catch it over at YouTube. And there's a link to that. All right, let's see how the APU is doing. Flaps open. Okay, good tone. Here it comes. And we are available. You see the APU. All right, let's get into it. All right, so cockpit lights real quick. Flap lever 0 and 0, just so you know it's right there. Spoilers not armed and retracted. Okay. It's auto. On. Okay. Crap. Give me a second here. We'll let those do their thing. All right. Well, I lied. I was hoping to get us right on and going. I'm going to go ahead. My 1997 Air Merry Christmas to you, and also hope you're having a happy New Year as we are in the first stream of the year. Still haven't. No worries there, sir. No worries. No worries at all. We love dodging power lines. That, folks, if you really want to have fun, go with X Plane 12. What was that? 27? Anyway, I believe it's the west runway, landing west, westerly. Make a run at it. Super duper, got a vibe. Hey, welcome in, sir. First time chat. Welcome aboard. I'm into real flight simulator mobile. Well, good. Welcome aboard. We are flying the Toliss A320. Very, very up to date. There's a couple things I wished it had more of in the ACAR side of the house, but it's the flight sim. Can't get too picky, although some do. But I try not to. I enjoy what I have. All right, now we'll go nav on bat. Nav for number 2, bat. And nav number 3 on bat. Okay. All right, let's continue. Okay. Radios are set. If you want a full rundown of how to make sure your radios will be usable with XPilot, by all means, check our video out. A for Airbus, B for Boeing. Okay, let's get in here and start planning. How much time do we have? 7 minutes, okay. Plenty of time this time. I'm going to go into it a little bit here on how to get that parking spots added in here, since we ran out of time on the alignment in Burbank. So we're in gate A8. A concourse, there's 8. So we need to make it say 30 seconds. Oh, hang on, let's get to it first. The init page, west. Give it a few seconds. All right, there we go. Clear, clear, clear. All right, so we got all of our information in. Let's make that 35 again. Let's go to IRS and it. Okay, as you can see, I've pulled up the chart. Gate A8 is 36.05.1 on the latitude. 5 decimal. Okay, so you can see it's up-down keys. 6.051. Okay, to do the longitude, click the line select. Now you got the lines up and down here to work. And for gate 8, it's 115.091. 9 up, down 1. Okay. Align on ref, confirm. So now when it hits 0, it'll align into where we are at gate 8 instead of wherever the reference point is for the airport, which, folks, we're only going to be off either a quarter to a half mile at the moment, so it's Just narrowing that scope down. That's all that did. Grab our wind while we're here. And return. Alright. That page is done. I'm going to move over to the F plan page. Alright. Departure. One right being slightly longer. Wait, significantly 89. I read not that much. All right, well, we're going one right. Rassler 3 departure. There. Transition. Okay, first, for those that weren't here to watch the flight planning, here's the route. Oh, it just came up right as I typed it. Wouldn't you know? ZAYNE is our transition. Okay, taking off one right, said Rassler, transition, insert. Okay, we can do this right off the chart, folks. I forgot. Let's go to the Rassler. Rasslin. All right, we're going to go 072 to the intercept, to Hayden. Hayden. Well, along the way, we pass KBAD. Hayden. Oblu. Above 10,000. Maximum speed at this point is 250. Okay, and then we go down to Rassler, above 13, Rohawk, ZAYNE. Okay, there's ZAYNE. WOTRO, that's our initial for the star inbound to Phoenix. Let's pull that up right now. All right, remember, we're landing runway 8. Let's do a check. See what they're actually doing on VATSIM. Landing runway 8, departing on 7 left or right. Left. Okay, so runway 8's a good one. Let's see what the real world says. Visuals to 8 and visuals to 7 right. Depart 7 left and so forth. Okay, so we're looking good. Alright, so we got to click Phoenix, arrival, ILS 8. Now our star, which is where we're at, is Russia. Russia 1. Via. Okay, let's get back to flights, close this out. And let's look at approaches for 8. Oh, I got his final. Okay, that makes that pretty simple. Let's see if Tillman. Okay. Perfect. All right, so we will not, oh, we do have a transition. WOTRO, right? Well, okay, so 8, no via, Russia in, insert. Okay, so let's follow it down. Okay, so WOTRO, then winner. at 29,000. Okay, this time we have it. Have DRK, Mayor, Rusher. Rusher is just out of the page. Okay, then we're going Midwell, NC. Did it again, folks. Sorry. NC, F-ball, pigskin. Gee, I wonder where they get all these names. Tillman, Jamila, Manuel, what's up? All right, let's see what was up is. That's part of the approach. So what I will do is clear the manual, clear the F discontinuity, insert. All that did is cleaned it up so it'll make it in. We're just about aligned. And again, for those that didn't catch the very first flight earlier today, here's your missed approach. Back up to Avent to hold. And then if you have to, there's our. Then it has the route to Prescott. You just would have to fill in the approach, departure, and approach. Okay, everything looks good. Rad nav looks good. Pull that down to 20. Okay. Rad nav again looks good. And it E. Okay. All right, one right. Okay, let's clear this off. Pull up the METAR for Las Vegas. Variable winds at 5. All I'm going to do is change this to 5. Temperature outside 15. And the altimeter 3013. Don't know which one they're going off of. Okay. Again, we can run scenarios down here, folks. All right. Oh, yeah, but I need to get rid of this. So we're going to pull charts. So you can see what I set up here. All right, so let's run some scenarios here. Air conditioning on. Okay, if we're going to flex the takeoff, our V speed for V1 is 120 to 143. Basically saying how much stopping distance from what number I use. Maximum 143 leaves us a whopping 400 feet. Okay. How about if we go, say, flaps 2? Now we have 1,800 feet. So things kind of change a little by just dropping to flaps 2. Of course, if we toga, we'll have the max. Let's do it, toga. Like I said, this is what this is for. Running scenarios, toga, flaps 2, it's full power. That's why. So let's flex flaps 2, and let's go with that. All right. Anyway, let's get back to weight and balance. That's where we came here for. All right, 132. Whoa. What's our zero fuel weight supposed to be? I think I checked. I don't know if I've loaded everything up right. 136. We need cargo. Didn't catch that, folks. My bad. Calculator. All right. Clear. Need to be at 136,891. Currently showing 132. How many people? We don't even have the people loaded. Hang on. All right, now we're looking a little better. So we need 1,500 pounds. 750 in each side, okay. $787. Much. Still off by 100, but we're a lot better than we were. Okay. All right. Now that we've got the aircraft. Whoa, did I put that in right? $138.1. All right, I did set it up wrong. Okay. $136. Look at that. We're a lot better. We're only 300 off. There isn't anything I can do about that. All right. Well, yeah, I could, but I'm not. All right. Whew. All right. Well, yeah, forgot to do some things here, folks. Okay, so 141.8. Showing 145.7. Okay, we'll go with that. 145.7. All right, now let's compute. Okay, so that pushed us a little, which it should have. Weight balance 29.5, 29.2. Okay. That is off. All right, big difference. All right, let's do it. Now, we still got decent stopping margins here, so we're in good shape for a flex at 72 degrees. Anywhere, oh, excuse me, 112 to 135. Okay. All right, so let's do this. Let me get the FMC back up here. All right, so we can side by side it. All right, so with the init B page now, go back to weight and balance 136.5. Let's change that 136.5 slash 29.2 for our zero fuel weight. 9226. Keep that as is. 29. Okay. All right. Next up is Earth page. Cool. Takeoff data. All right. So we got 343. We'll call it at 5. Even though it's saying variable. 30.16. How about 30? Tree. Actually, I am going to double check everything. Yep, 30.13. Checking off a sky vector. Try. Okay. All looks good. 141. Oh, no, it's not. To go flaps 2. And we're flexing. All right, there we go. 72. I went with flaps 1. Switch that. Okay, we're going to go ahead and insert, but we're going to run with data. I'm showing 135, 135. V2, 137. Flex temp 72. All right, and we're trimmed right, 4, yeah. All right, folks, now we've got the McDo all set up, ready to go. All right, we can start boarding our passengers. Oh, my goodness. All right, we're finally ready to go. Added. All right, folks, we're ready to go. Things set here. All we got to do is set our information up front here. Alright, so let's put in data. Alright, 29,000 is what we're going for. Alright, so we're let's make sure. LS constraints, VOR set, managed, 29,000, 13. And we're ready to go. Alright, Ensuic understood. Hey, thanks for the biddies and that gift sub to Subsonic Flight. Hey, have a great new year yourself. We're hoping for blue skies. Hang on a second, folks. I need to set one thing up so that we can do this better in flight. Okay. Alright, I'm bringing charts in, but it's going to be at a different size so it fits better on the screen. Alright, so let's get this bird backing out. Alright. Let's go ahead and put these to auto, and auto. Watching our red dots. This is how we know they're closed. Closed. Okay, make sure the seatbelt sign is on. Waiting. Okay, it looks like we're good. Temperatures back there are 72 across the board. Let's go ahead and close up cabin.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing. Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
Wait to see it in front of us. All right, there it is. Brakes are set, chocks. All right, folks, we are ready to go. Hope you are too. Got a nice short hop down to Phoenix, and then we're going to wrap it up for tonight. So I hope you've
All
enjoyed
right, looks like the
Burbank
doors
to
and hatches
Vegas,
are closed and we're ready
Vegas
to
to
connect.
Phoenix.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Toes connected, bypass pins inserted. Go ahead and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Beacons on. O'clock. Make sure. Okay, I got everything. Go.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
We are pushing straight back, folks. So we'll go to start. 1. All right, now I haven't seen this in a while, folks. The engine's going to take a little bit to get spooled up. All right, here's she getting ready to go. 30 seconds to go till she'll start spooling up further.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake. And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
Looking at the other side, folks, we're going to do the same thing. Okay, available. Let's do this.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the
Another
left.
minute
Take it
and a
easy and
half.
have a safe flight.
Thanks for flying with Mike there, better pushback. And any A&P mechanics, if you could explain the cool down here, I would sure appreciate it, because it's kind of coming nut. really making sense to me why I gotta wait 50 seconds. Other than, welcome to airline flying, folks. It's hurry up and wait. Oh, we hurried up to push back, but it wouldn't let us start. All right, we're just about to where it'll start starting up. All right, folks, number 2 is finally firing up. And we got an additional 3 minutes for warm-up, but that gives us plenty of time to go through the checks. All right, so back up top, cross bleed to auto, bleed off. Down to the bottom here, we'll go armed. Okay, flaps are at 2. What I'm gonna do is now shut the APU off. Come back down here and we're gonna do, put that back. Trim to 4, trim up 4. Okay. Okay, ready to go. Deselect. All right, continuing on. Slides armed. And nose wheel brakes, flight controls, FMA should be showing we need that. Oh, flaps. All right, folks, out to 1 we go. Okay, 1 right. go out to G1. Okay, let's get this radar on. All right, again, folks, thanks for spending your time today here on New Year's Day. I know some countries don't even recognize the new year because different calendars, different everything. But hey, we're glad to have you aboard, folks. Hope you enjoy, and if you are new, we'd love you to smash that follow button. Just would be great to have you following along. Tomorrow we're going to be in the Queen of the Skies, so let you all read down below where we're headed. Also, if you're catching this on YouTube, all it is a basically rebroadcast of this. Unfortunately, you're not able to interact because you're not on the live feed, which is done on Twitch. But you're more than welcome to subscribe. All that does there is the same as Twitch. Just allows you to get an email letting you know when a new video has released. Follow in Twitch is just about the same, just gives you an email when we go live. So and I'm here to tell you, folks, even in 115-degree temperatures, it is so beautiful to look out at those mountains here in Vegas. Just beautiful. My goodness. Red Rock Canyon off to the west there to almost a little off. Just beautiful. And again, you can see the first castle right there on the left going up the strip. Okay, the reason the brakes are showing at max, that is reject takeoff, RTO in Boeing, in the Boeing world, so you guys get a frame of reference here. Okay. All right, we're going to go down Delta to Delta 3. But again, hope y'all are having a great start to your new year, 2024, and may it be a blessed year for you. All right, final takeoff checks, and we'll be ready to go, folks. Engine mode as required. I think we're going to keep it on ignition as we're at the higher altitudes. Runway turn-off lights, nose lights, landing lights are coming on. Okay, let's go in between. And Roger. Cactus 2519, clear for takeoff, one right. Flight attendants, prepare for takeoff. forgot we're flex 80. Cross-check speeds alive. V1, 2. Positive brake, gears up. And we're off, folks. There you go. All right, folks, your flaps up, climb out, almost 10,000 feet, thanks to being 2,000 feet above sea level to start with. We're on our way. One more time. Ellis Air Force Base, and out behind that big ridge, Creech Air Force Base in the Nevada Test Range, otherwise known as Red Flag Country. All right, folks, we are on our way. Hope you've enjoyed this two-stop run. We went from Burbank to Las Vegas, and now we're off to Phoenix. So sit back, relax, enjoy. We're climbing through 10,000 feet as we speak. And again, as a captain did on a flight that me and my wife took to Alaska, the St. Louis to Chicago leg, folks, it's only like 250 miles. So at 25,000 feet, or possibly lower, he turned off the seatbelt signs. I'd like to think he did it for the passengers so they could use the restroom, but I'm pretty sure he did it so the flight attendants had more time to sell you drinks. So, but anyway, I said that on the first flight. We're going to do it again. Come about 20,000-ish, well, in the 20s. If we can remember, we will turn those off. Let's see what we can see out the wing. Henderson, I think. No, not this far north. We're coming around Lake Mead. Coming on Lake Mead. All right, folks, there we go. Should be getting close to 18. Down below here, you can see the some of the information here. We're through 16. And now we should be kicking our speed up to 280, 290. Remember, we had that at 250, irregardless of altitude, oblu, unless ATC says kick it up. Okay, get down here. We're airborne. Let's go ahead, put that back to normal. Final checks, altimeter. Okay. Everything's good. Let's do a quick system check. Guys in the first flight got to see this more, so we're just going to kind of do it this way. Just checking to make sure everything's okay as we climb on out. Just trying to equalize our fuel. Folks, we're not dumping it. We're not dumping it into the left tanks. It's basically flying now, both engines pulling from the right side fuel tanks. Now we're getting close. Now some of it does spill over into the tank. Okay, we're at 20,000. We're going to go a little higher. Let's finish up that system check. And all I did is kicked in a little heat for the back there. Actually, pull a little off since we've got the sun beating in on us. Everything's looking good. We're on our way. Let's make some money for the airline. Ladies and gentlemen, I've turned off the seatbelt sign. For your needs, if you need to use the restroom, please, no lines. We'll be turning it back on here shortly since we have such a relatively short flight to Phoenix. Weather in Phoenix looking just beautiful. We'll be talking with you here shortly as we get closer. Again, enjoy the flight. Okay. So let's see here. We're getting close to top of climb. We didn't get to do this very well last time. Let's talk it over for those that have just joined us. We're coming in on the Brusher 1 arrival. We're just now getting over Brasler. We'll be headed to WOTRO. Then we got to hit, it's basically an RNAV arrival for runway 8. Turbojets only. Transitions, non-GPS, tents, non-GPS, Here's requirements. From Brasher, track 17, oh, I'm sorry, we can land on the 25s and 26s. We'll track 173 to Bidwell, Insoff, football, pigskin, Tillman, then 108 to Jamil. Expect vectors onto the approach. Okay, real quick, we're coming down WOTRO to Winter at 29,000 feet, so we won't have to descend at Winter. Drake, we've got 24 to 29. Mayor, 270 between 19 and 250. Rusher, 13 to 17,000, 250 knots. Bidwill, 250, 9,000 to 12,000. NC, 230 knots, 8,000 to 10,000, and you can see the rest. 6,000 at Pigskin, 210. Tillman, and then we turn for the ILS. ILS for today, again, we're coming in from Tillman to Jamil, to what's up, and then we're coming in. All right, so Jamil is 4,000 or above. What's up? Let's just show you. Localizers 111.75. Approach course 78.078. What's up? 3,000 feet on glide path. Our minimum today, 1368, or this flight, 1,368 feet. And there's our run. Jamil was up and in. Was up. Okay, from was up to the missed approach point, which is approximately 5.8 miles, we're looking at about 2 minutes. 35 to 40 minutes. We'll settle on 37. Split the difference. 237. All right, and then here we go again. Minimums. We have to have on the METAR 250 feet or higher ceiling. Ceiling, as we said earlier, broken or overcast. Anything under 250, we got to consider a different approach. Visibility also has to be above 3/4 of a mile. Below it, we got to consider a different approach or alternate. So there you have it, folks. There's our abbreviated arrival brief. See where we are. I'm going to go ahead and bring in one more time. So Phoenix, as of 28 minutes ago, 110 at 3, 10 miles visibility, so we got the 3/4 beat. Overcast at 20,000 feet. Got that one beat, so we're good to land. Simultaneous approaches in use, and we can expect runway 8. Okay, now what I want to do is go to the METAR. There we go. All right, so there you have it. 120, 29 minutes ago, 3. So obviously it changed a little, not much. Overcast 20, got all the numbers. So we may have to work from the ATIS. Yeah, we'll work from the ATIS. Okay. We are level. Let's get over here to our landing perf so we can get correct information in here. You know what? Let's go with the METAR, because you know what? Just a few minutes behind it. Everything looks good. 3001, 3001, dry off. Landing weight. Okay, landing weight is 142. That's perfect. Full air conditioning's on, then we'll go with medium reversers. Okay, let's see what that scenario leads us to. About third or so down the runway, third to a half. 135 is our VA approach. And that looks good. So let's get the do up here because I'm sure it's about to scream at us. It is screaming at us. Okay, let's go to perf. Push it over. Push it over. 30.01. 30 decimal. It moved, I know. $17, is that correct? Yes. 120 diagonal tree. Again, ILS 8 is 1368 under bear. Hang on, folks, I'll just do it here. 1368. Alright, so we're looking at approach 135, landing 130, full flaps. Alright, now where are we in reference to top of descent? 50 miles out. Yes, these short flights, folks, go quickly, and that's why you got to stay a little bit ahead of your plane. That looked kind of interesting. That's why I had to look at it. Alright, folks, we are just a few minutes away from top of descent. Big N 300, welcome aboard. Long time no here. Glad to have you aboard. Was looking to do that Austin flight with you. And super duper got a vibe. Yeah, we have flown Johannesburg. That is fun. High altitude flying. That is an interesting airport. I need to get back into my Africa flights. It's been a while since we've done that. So, just a fun place to fly. Busy as a bee. Oh, no. But yeah, we'll look into some south. We're actually in the middle of Africa right now. That tour with Mac Air ends in Johannesburg. So we'll see where we are. We're about halfway through it. We stopped in about August, September timeframe. Really need to pick it up, finish that one off. All right, top of descent shows on the nav display. That's the hockey stick right there. And let me know. We'll set up something if you still want Austin or somewhere else there, Big N 300. And Hawker, we're still waiting to hear from you on a group flight. Uh-oh. Why did that not work? That's why. That loose nut doesn't know how to finish the spelling. But y'all need to check out Hawker, our moderator. He has a stream as well, occasionally comes up. You can check out how he's doing on the project he has, a Hawker. Not sure how his wife is still allowing it to sit there, but it is. And he is converting it into a flight sim. Not the whole plane, just the fuselage. Oh, I know that one. That would be a good one. We'll have to set that up. Tomorrow I'm flying out of Bogota, so with the Queen. But after that, I could probably set something up. Let me know your schedule there, Biggin, and we'll try to put the two together. See my schedule just down below in the about section. It'll bring it up and let you know what we're flying. But yeah, we're bringing the 747 out of Bogota tomorrow. All right, top of descent is staring us down, folks. So let's do some quick checks here. Landing elevation shows auto. Up top here is auto. Alright, so we've got the arrival already inputted, the approach information in. All we need to do is pull the winds, update them, go to data, function, request them here. And as we showed in the Burbank to Vegas flight, you can also go to flight plan, F plan, pick a fix, click wind access, and request, and it'll uplink as well. And the Toliss, this one, I don't know if the 319, one of them gave me an error doing it a different way. So I can't remember if it was flight factor or this one. And back to work. Alright, let's get this up coming down. 24. All you got to do is set it, get the single dot in there, and that'll do your managed. Double dot will do open descents, meaning you set the vertical speed. All right. We don't want the wrestler anymore. We want the brusher. Got to cross Drake here. Once we're past Drake, we'll be on the map. So here's what you do for that. Click here, and it becomes an overlay. So you can watch it coming through here. Now you see why, because winter is not that close. Not winter, chicken dinner either. That's when we get to Phoenix. All right. Well, just let me know. Shoot me a whisper. Or if you're, I think you're on our Discord, shoot me a direct message. Folks, Discord's available for y'all. Love to have you there. A lot easier to chat. We also have voice there. Matter of fact, you know, let's go voice. Gotta clean some stuff up. Alright, let's see here. Alright, so we are on Discord voice, so you're welcome to come over and chat via voice. Just cleaning up a lot of messages that came up. Top of descent reached. Really? Didn't know. Alright, so we are now on the map here. I did it again, folks, sorry. Alright, so we can just let it follow now on the map. We're needing to go down to 19,000. I think you all can see why we have high terrain. High terrain in the high plains. No. Desert. High desert. Not true. Right now we have a speed restriction coming up too. Hey, not a problem that you're working and trying to talk ahead. Don't worry about it. Understood, understood. But I just wanted to offer it up to the audience. Come over to our Discord channel. And thought I gave you the link. I lost my chat room. There it go. There it is. Oh yeah, I gave it to you. To anyone out there, feel free, you're welcome. We're leveling off at 19,000 and slowing. Next restriction is 13,000. That one will slow us to 250. Alright, and we need to get that seatbelt sign back. Phoenix, we're looking at 3001. Okay, finishing it up here. Let's go. Alright, so let's correct a correct other ahead of us. We're gonna add 13,000 just before pusher. And then we descend in to 6,000. Okay, cool. Last year, almost at this time, we were in the Phoenix area, me and my wife. What a beautiful, folks, that's where I'd love to retire. Y'all can keep Hawaii, or Hawaii, I like Hawaii too, Florida. You all can have that humidity. I will take Arizona any day. Yeah, it gets hot, but it's always hot in Florida. So, anyway, I've just loved it. Granted, we were in the Scottsdale area, but boy, what a beautiful region there, Phoenix. Okay, and again, we have a speed restriction of 250 here, as you can see on the chart. So we're going to go ahead, kick it down. Somehow we're getting rain. Really don't think that's here, folks, but let's find out. Nope, don't see any on the radar. Oh well. Now what are you gonna do? Put an umbrella up. Okay, we're coming in at 14,000. I thought I said 13, but you know, it happens. Right, we start for 9 now. All right. Okay, so we're tuned into our, looks like we're in on our localizer. Yep. All right, go folks. Okay, so we're headed to Bidwell, 9,250, then NC at 230 and 8,000. I just noticed that on this, on the shark. Howdy. Now I gotta find out if that's real. Oh my goodness, I did not know that. Let's see what's on the other one, if it says the same thing. Yep. Oh, Spirit, that's good. Okay, we're coming over B-Will at about 11,000 feet. I'm going to go ahead and turn the lights on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, we've been in our descent here for a few minutes. Make sure your seat tables and tray tables are in their full upright position. Seatbelts on. Flight attendants, take your seats for landing. We'll be on the ground here in about 10 minutes. Okay, resetting the range here. Yeah, it kind of cracks me up that we have rain. Everywhere I go, it rains. Don't get it with this weather engine. Okay, and after NC, we're down to 7,000. I'm just going to see if we're going to make it. Okay, brakes are off. Time to slow to 230. I didn't know better. This is supposed to be like a thunderstorm. That looked like Novatus. Alright. We're at 230. Now we're going for 210 and 7,000. Actually, let's go for 6. Kind of a hazy day in here. Again, hope y'all are enjoying this two-flight stream. Again, it was Burbank to Vegas, then Vegas to Phoenix. Two kind of short runs, but I hope you enjoyed them nonetheless. So if you're new to the channel, love for you to hit that follow button, folks. Just gives you an email letting you know we're live. All right, I'm just paying attention here. I'm going to go ahead and put the first notch of flaps in. And if you are by chance watching this on the replay on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. It's just the same thing, only instead of it telling you we're live, it tells you there's a new video out there. So, all right, folks, we are getting close. Final checks. We've done our wind update. FCU is on LS and constraints for both. We are slowed to 210 and 6,000 is our goal here at Pigskin. Down to Tillman and Jamal, which was, I believe, 4,000. I'm going to pull the Jamal is 4,000. And again, as we've been saying a couple times as well, I hope you all had a Merry Christmas last week and great New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, yesterday, today. And we're again glad to have you aboard here this New Year's Day. Holiday in the U.S., not sure how it works out in the world. Okay, let's see what can be seen out there. That was the other cool thing when we were here in Phoenix. Granted, we're on the west side of the area. We didn't get to this part. On the eastern side, just like you see here, are mountains within the city that you can walk, and I mean, it was just great. It was just a unique thing. Something tells me that might be descent time. Down to 4,000. All right, we're slowing up to 160 now to make the turn here to get down to Tillman and down to 4,000. We're above glide path, so we're dropping kind of quicker than I normally would. Okay, we're going to go to 10. I got the runway in sight. Kill that, took that, 3,000. Laps are full. Brake set to medium.
2,500.
We're gonna take it.
$2,000.
Stabilizing the approach. Okay, gear 3 green. Down, brake set, flaps full, spoilers armed, cleared to land. $
1,000.
Okay, out of the rain. Maybe, sorta, kinda. Alright, runways ahead. We're at speed, stabilized, and cleared to land.
$500. 400.
100 above.
Who'd have thought the runway would be wet?
300.
Minimum.
200. 100.
Landing.
50. 40. 30. 20.
Retard.
10.
Drive.
Alright folks, welcome into Phoenix. I am gonna head to the A concourse to park this thing. I think that's what it's called. Right over here, basically. Let's get flights up. And gates. Let's go to A20. Alright, let's get this thing shut down. We can start the APU again. Alright, APU's on, terrain array is off, brake temperatures checking, because we use primarily brakes to do this. Give it a few seconds to spoil up, and let me put that away. Alright folks, welcome to Phoenix. We're just waiting on the APU. Get one engine shut down here. Okay, and seatbelts are off, beacons off. Alright, let us see. We can see here. Alright. Jetway's coming in, get the chocks on. Alright folks, welcome in. Let's see how we did with McCarran. Oh my goodness, I hope that's how Sim Toolkit okay, a lot better. Alright. For McCarran it was 15 feet a minute. Interesting. Alright, I do want to... Everything looks good. Something didn't look right with it, folks, so I apologize for that little dead air. Alright, let's clear that out. Clear this out. Alright. Everything's open. Everybody's getting off. Alright. Let's bring in Sim Toolkit. I'm going to do just like we did before, except I am going to this time hope we can try to review it with the rewind. Okay, so let's finish. Alright, so you can see 277 feet a minute. Much better than Vegas. Although, McCarran had us at 15 feet a minute, so I don't know which bounce got recorded. Because it did bounce again. Alright, here is the route, the quick details, our flight 222, almost 1900 kilograms of fuel, almost 2 Gs, but 277 feet a minute, 131, so we're much closer to that 129 VREF landing speed. Alright, let's look at this, shall we? Look at that. Sorry. Got old Froggy got in the throat. Right, so, looking at what we got here from what we learned, with those of you that are new to aviation, hang on a second. What's new to it, Displaced threshold means only takeoffs here. You're not supposed to land in here. You're supposed to land past the threshold bar here, and then you're in the landing zone. Each hash mark is 500 feet down the runway. This is your aiming point visually. You can't miss it coming in unless you're in the clouds. It's just these big white pads, and that's where your PAPIs, your ILS, your VASIs, if whatever you have at that airport, line you up for. They basically vertically guide you to that point. Now, speed, angles, all of that will judge if you float. So we, on the other hand, came in 131, little fast, but not much. 129 was our landing speed. Landed again 277 feet per minute. That is not bad, folks. And according to the top here, we're 1,200, just under 1,250 feet from the threshold. What? Oh, I know what they want. Hang on. Stand by, folks. Make sure the brakes are set. I'm sorry, make sure the chocks are set. Okay, now we'll just kick off parking brake. Brakes need to cool a little bit more. All right, so we'll just make sure we're not moving. So your 1,000 foot mark is this big pad that we're 1,200 feet. We're just ahead of it. You can see where most planes land. All that rubber. And, well, it's kind of funny that stretches that far down. Oh, that's great. All right, Flying with Mike's been here a few times. But anyway, like I said, 500 feet down, and the end of the quote, quote, landing zone would be this set of hashes right here. Technically outside of it, you got to start wondering about runway lengths and all of that. You're on an 11,000, roughly 500 foot runway. More than likely you're fine. However, you start seeing those marks on the other side at 100 plus knots, you might want to grab some brakes. Overall, great landing. And it's been my pleasure to fly for y'all today. All right, hope you learned something with this plane. I know I always do. Let's take a look out here. I'm going to go ahead and start buttoning it up. All right. Watch a little bit of the animation here. And then we're going to, like I said, we're going to try. A lot of times this works. Sometimes it doesn't. It's 50-50 with Toliss. It's a built-in utility with X-Plane. X-Plane 11 was almost flawless. I don't think I ever had one fail. 12, like I said, it's a roll of the dice. All right, so let's punch that up a little. I'm going to get rid of overlay at the top. All right, folks, let's see how we did. Chocks off first. All right, here we go. I don't think it's gonna work. Nope, we crashed the desktop. All right, folks, stand by. Sorry for the black screen. I should have been more prepared. All right, folks. Well, I guess that's an unexpected wrap here. Really do want to thank you all for being a part of it today. 2 flights. Like I said, we flew Burbank up to Las Vegas. Complete flight buildup in Vegas for Phoenix. And well, then, X-Plane 12, X-Plane 12, like Hawker says, failed. Hey, folks, can't have it all the time the way you want. So, but hey, we had a blast. You all got to see it. And you know what? I'll give you another little secret. Go over to YouTube, take it all the way to the end, and then you can back it up and watch it however many times you want going back and forth. All righty, folks. Well, I hope you all have a great new year. Hope it's a great year for you. And we will see you tomorrow with the Queen of the Sky, Felis's 747-200 Classic. Y'all have a great day. God bless you all. And we'll see you then. Actually, you know what? We're going to let your fun continue. Let's see if there's someone out there. Iron Condor might be flying a Mad Dog. Could be flying a 737-200, but I'm thinking of Mad Dogs. Let's take you over to him. I hope you all have a great new year. And we'll see you tomorrow.